Hello everybody, welcome to another Renaissance Gaming stream. It's going to be a little bit mysterious. But you should get used to Piro. I'm going to be here for a while. I will be here for a while. For many streams to come, I don't want to ruin the surprise yet. I have a big backlog of editing I need to do for videos for the series. But one day, in a few weeks, you'll understand why we're doing Piro forever. Hey, Muffin. Let me pop out my chat here. Let me get set up. Let me get comfortable. Because we're going to be here a while tonight. Oh boy, Piro. It feels like not very long ago I was here complaining about this place. And now, such is my fortune that I must be here. Yeah, you get the Krabby Patty? Alright, so the plan is I am going to catch a bunch of random implings because I want to stockpile jars. I'm going to stockpile 1,000 jars, and then I am going to start collecting a bunch of eclectic implings. Just going to catch whatever I can, if anything. God, I hate Piro so much. This is the worst. Oh, your bag was broken? It's pretty wacky. Broken bags, broken Krabby Patties. Explosive diarrhea or what? Just a cold. All right. That sounds a little better. Alright, so I need to deposit, what, 16 of these? Alright, so this is gonna take a while. It's not the most exhilarating content, but we gotta do this grind. There's no way around it. God, it is miserable though. I've been neglecting some of my duties to stream RuneScape, so This weekend, I'm really just going to buckle down and grind on real life stuff. Yes and no. Yes and no. The answer is yes, I do go to the gym. However, recently I have skipped a lot of days, and that's kind of what I was referring to in terms of putting my life back in order. I am addicted to RuneScape, clearly. I recognize the addiction, and this week is when I'm doing something about it. Today's my last stream for a while. I don't know if I put it in the title. I thought about putting last stream for a while, question mark, in the title, but I probably decided against it. So yeah, it's going to be my last stream for a while. I'm going to go pretty hard, though. I'm going to go pretty hard. I'm probably going to stream for hours and hours, but it might be my last one for a good chunk of time. Don't worry, Muffin. I have a lot of RuneScape episodes recorded, and they're going to be releasing. There's going to be a ton of content, even though I won't be streaming. That's something else I want to work on, is editing Pokemon Crystal. That's another reason I'm going to take a bit of a streaming break so I can focus on stuff like that. Indeed. Indeed, I will. That is what the roadmap is looking like. Pokemon Crystal, Ocarina of Time. In terms of single-player games, that is. So yeah, that's another reason why I'm cutting back on the streaming. Like, I really have become addicted to Old School RuneScape. I'm having a lot of fun with it, but I recognize the addiction. I need to do something about it because I haven't done much else, right? I completely neglected all of the single-player games. Haven't been going to the gym like I should. Just not good, not good. So, although it may be a little sad that the streams are going to be slowing down, there are a lot of good things that are going to come out of it as well. Not only for me, but for the channel. Oh, Akatsuki, if only I could tell you. If only I could tell you. There's a very big reason why I'm in Piro Piro. However, I have a bunch of episodes I recorded that I finished editing and I should start uploading pretty soon. So I don't want to spoil anything, but I have so many episodes recorded that it's actually going to be a while before the big reveal as to why I'm here. I think, though, since you're doing a no-shop Ironman, you may make some educated guesses as to why I am going to be stuck here for a very long time. This is officially going to be the first big grind of the account. You know, I thought with a no shop thing, eventually I'm going to come across a situation that's going to require a ridiculous grind. And the time has come. The time has come. And admittedly, I'll probably end up spoiling it before the episode comes out anyway. So you'll probably milk it out of me somehow. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like I have to keep it hidden. But kind of. I want it to be fun when it happens, right? I want it to be like a big shock surprise. For right now, though, I'm just catching random implings. I'm going to stockpile 1,000 jars. And then I'm going to start actually grinding the eclectic implings. So that's what I'm actually going to be farming for. And I have a little bit of moral support because apparently a couple of big YouTubers for Old School RuneScape have already done this grind. Frey and then the guy that did the Berthorpe chunk lock, they both did a giant eclectic impling grind. So at least I know it's possible. Yeah, I wonder what your item was that gave you a headache. I really haven't come across anything that bad so far. Of course, the classic one I always mention is the Eye of Newt, but that's not bad at all. That's like a 1 in 128 from the Canifis people. That was not bad. What else have we done? Because of the no shop, that was kind of wacky. I don't think I've really had anything. I mean, I'll spoil one, right? So, for Dragon Slayer, right? I brewed my own Wizard's Mind Bomb. But that wasn't that big of a deal either. In fact, I thought it was kind of fun. And it's part of the reason why I did the no shop thing. So I thought getting that Wizard Mind Bomb on my own and brewing it was fun. But we really haven't had that bad of a grind for anything, really. Except now. Yeah, Muffin, I hope as I continue uploading Old School RuneScape and streaming it and the series picks up a little bit of steam, hopefully I can start networking with some other RuneScape YouTubers. I think that would be fun. Vampire Dust. I'm not familiar with that. But I was looking into the whole vampire quest line to unlock the blood altar, right, for Guardians of the Rift. I still didn't have some level requirements and a couple of other things, so the vampire quest line was more like in the medium-term future as opposed to the short-term future. So I didn't dig into all the details. Now, the good thing about this Pure grind, even though I hate it and it's going to be miserable, the good thing about it is that there are a lot of cool things that can come out of it. It's not just like a random grind for one very specific thing, right? So if I'm getting a bunch of implings, there are a lot of really cool potential drops for me to get out of them. Plus, I'll be working on my hunter level, right? My hunter level will be slowly going up through this. Maybe I'll even get 99 strength. I remember we were memeing about getting 99 strength in Piro Piro. It may happen, who knows? Akatsuki, I will tell you one thing. I messed up the no shop thing. I got an item. I used my rules exception to get an item that I thought fell under one of the exceptions. And then one day, I was just minding my own business. I was actually watching a video from Settled. And something popped up on the screen. And I was like, oh no. And I realized that there was a different way for me to get the item that I thought fell under an exception. So this is me actually correcting a mistake that I made. So it's kind of punishment, right? My punishment is that because I made that mistake, I have to do this grind and get the item the correct way. And I can't do anything else on the account. I am essentially chunk locked to Piro Piro until I remedy the mistake. I think that's the fairest way that I can do it. It was an honest mistake. Like, I read through the wiki page. I made sure there was no other way to get the item. And that was true. However, there was like an alternate version of the item that I didn't know existed that could fulfill the same purpose. I will not AFK sand crabs off screen. No. I try not to do anything off screen. I think a couple of rules that I've made arbitrarily that I'll talk about in some of the upcoming videos is I allow myself up to an hour per recorded episode to record stuff kind of off screen. Like if I want to do Master Farmers for like an hour, as long as I stay under an hour, I can do that. But yeah, generally I'm going to either stream or record everything for this series. Ooh, Akatsuki. Dragon Impling if you want to come snag it. I clearly cannot catch it. I am in World 493 if you want to come grab it. World 493, Dragon Impling for the taking. Free, totally free. How long will it last? Oh, not long. Somebody's already here. I wonder if there's a RuneLite plugin that kind of tells you what world Dragon Implings are in, because it seems like people showed up here really quick. Yeah, Katsuki, it's gone. Like 2 people showed up here immediately. I don't know how they knew. Arcanum, hello, welcome in. Make yourself comfortable. Gonna be here for a while tonight. Oh, Dragon is 83. Yeah, I am a long ways away from being able to catch Dragon Impling then. You know, I wonder if it would be better if I barehand the Eclectic Implings, but at the same time, I feel like I just want to stockpile them in the bank first. Just stockpile a bunch of them instead of having to deal with opening them immediately. 55 Hunter, though. That's nice. I think my next milestone is, what, 60? And then I can catch the Magpie ones? Oh, Dennerson. Welcome in. I don't know if I want to say specifically what the goal is for Implings. The reason for that is I recorded a bunch of episodes for the series over the weekend, and I am finishing up editing them, so they're going to be releasing. And at the last episode that I recorded, I made a gross realization that I need something for the no shop rule. And that's what I'm grinding for here with the Implings. So what I will say, for now at least, is that my goal is to collect a ridiculous amount of Eclectic Implings. For now, I'm just trying to stockpile jars, and then I'll actually start the grind for Eclectic Implings. We are looking at about, if I go on luck, I probably need to catch 28,000 Eclectics. By the way, Akatsuki, regarding the agility pyramid, you know how I always make a big deal about the agility pyramid? You probably have my whole speech for agility pyramid memorized. I do agility pyramid for 3 reasons. Number 1, the agility experience. Number 2, gold for an Ironman. And number 3, it's the best course besides penguin agility for the giant squirrel. Well, I made a gross oversight on that as well. A very amateur mistake. I always said that agility pyramid and penguin agility for the giant squirrel are both about 1 in 10,000. Penguin agility is just slightly better odds. So I was like, well, might as well just stay at the pyramid, right? Because it's better experience and I get the gold. However, the big catch and the really obvious catch that I missed is that a lap of penguin agility is so much faster than agility pyramid. So ultimately, it's dozens and dozens less hours overall for a grind for the giant squirrel. So I'm probably going to be abandoning agility pyramid in favor of penguin agility. When I get out of here, that is. In fact, I was planning to make that a grind, right? I thought, you know what? It's time I buckle down for a giant grind. I think I'm going to grind for the giant squirrel. And then this situation came up, so we're going to be doing implings instead. Which continent is that? I know you were talking smack about agility pyramid, but are you talking about penguin agility? Penguin agility is pretty painful as well. It's a very click intensive course. It's a short course, but it's very click intensive. There are a couple of sections where instead of clicking like one little obstacle for your character to go through, you have to click like 8 tiles in a row. So it's going to be a bit of a painful grind too, but I really want that giant squirrel. I'm not going to be doing many pet grinds for the account. Not many at all, but one that I am interested in doing is the giant squirrel. I figured I need to do at least one, and that's the one I want. At least for skilling pets. The quest to unlock it is actually pretty fun, Akatsuki. I did enjoy the quest for it. It's called Cold War. It's like a big allegory for the Cold War with the Russians. I thought it was kind of cool. It just sucks that the experience at Penguin Agility is pretty garbage. Like hyper optimized at like 90 agility, you could probably get like 30k an hour. Knowing me, I'm very inefficient. I'll probably be more around that 20,000 an hour mark. So it's going to be painful. Yeah, for fans of the series, I do apologize. Oh, you can barehand these and you'll put them in a jar if you have jars available. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Good to know. Yeah, so for people who have been following the series, I do apologize. I am very behind on the editing. I tried to do an episode. If you guys remember that day that I did like the 13-hour stream, I tried that as a way of doing an episode where I was like, I'm just going to stream it and then I'm going to edit the stream and stitch it into an episode. My God, did I underestimate how much work that was going to be. It's been a daunting task. So even though that stream happened a long time ago, I still haven't gotten around to finishing making an episode out of it. I also learned that YouTube caps your streams at 11 hours, 55 minutes, and 59 seconds. I did not know that. You can keep streaming past that, but the VOD, the video on demand after the fact, will get capped at that 11 hours, 55 minutes or whatever. So from that 13-hour stream, I lost the footage for like the last hour or so. Just because generally what I do is I stream, and then if I need footage from the stream, I just like recapture it while watching it on YouTube. So that way I don't have to have like a 300 gigabyte file sitting on my hard drive. But yeah, lessons were learned. Akatsuki, do you know how these imp defenders work? When I was reading through the rules for Puro Puro, it said that they'll like break implings out of your jars if you let them, but I've never seen them do anything. They just kind of walk around. They've never freed an impling from my jar, at least. By the way, if the audio levels are weird, please let me know. I don't know what's been going on, but my audio levels are changing like from stream to stream despite me not messing with any of the settings, which is kind of frustrating. But if things sound a little off, let me know, please. This is a whole new level of hell. Puro with no run energy. Oh, Lord. Why do we as gamers subject ourselves to this torture? I don't have to be doing this, you know? It's like a game. I'm choosing to do this. It's all right. Cozy, quiet little stream. I'm good with it. I'm just Yeah, no worries, Arcanum. We appreciate the lurkers here. I think most people who watch my stream and just streams in general, you know, they'll have it up on like a second monitor while they're doing something, likely playing RuneScape themselves. So I respect it. I do a little bit of the same, actually. Sometimes, now check this out. Check out the stream inception here. Sometimes when I'm streaming and it's kind of quiet in the chat, I'll have somebody else's RuneScape stream pulled up and I'm watching it. Oh, are you a streamer too, Arcanum? Or just say that's exactly what I'm doing to the first part of just playing. Said you're doing barrows, but yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I am looking forward to doing barrows. I've never done barrows in my whole life. I've never done any bossing in my RuneScape adventure, which is very sad. That is definitely something I'm looking forward to doing, and I think barrows is going to be one of those early bossing grinds for me. I really want to get to that content. Oh, you just started. Nice. I haven't done too much digging around on it, but it seems like it's pretty straightforward, right? Like it's pretty easy. They're all weak to air spells, so you essentially just do the overhead prayer for whatever attack style of the guy you're facing and just go to town with an air staff. Although I think that the issue is that whenever you're down in the barrows, your prayer points get drained pretty quickly, right? So you have to bring a lot of prayer potions. That's the whole shtick, maybe. You're 75 combat. What am I? I'm 69. Oh, yeah. Gamer meme. Nice. 69. Yeah, thankfully, I got a ton of Ranar herbs and seeds from my Wintertod grind. So I have a pretty juicy stockpile of prayer potions in the bank. So hopefully that lasts me a good long chunk while I'm grinding barrows. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Oh yeah, Katsuki, you're getting ready for that barrows grind too. I think once I get to it, I want to stay there until I get like every armor set. I've been watching a lot of these extreme one chunk series, and it really puts me in the mood to do like absurd grinds in the game, which is, I don't know why I want to do that. And I guess I got my wish, right? Because now I'm stuck in my very own horrible, unending grind that statistically should be 28,000 eclectic implings plus their clue scrolls. So that's your hint. I am looking for a clue scroll reward from eclectic implings. That's why I am stuck here. 3 uniques. That's like 1 full armor set, man. How many uniques total are there? I guess I could pull it up, right? It should be like a achievement. Collection log, I mean. Let's see, barrows. There's a bunch. So 20, there's 25. 25 uniques for barrows. That's a lot. That's a lot. It's a big grind, but I think that's a fun grind, right? Because you're doing bosses. It's kind of fun. Opening the chest, you could get a lot of cool stuff. What do you mean reward potential? Oh, is that the mechanic where the more bosses you kill before opening the chest, the better your rewards? Like if you kill them a 6th time in the reward tunnel, you get better rewards? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's vaguely sounding familiar. I remember researching this, again, not too in-depth, a little while ago. Just to kind of have something to look forward to. I'm sure there's a RuneLite plugin, right? That tells you how to most efficiently do it. Like they might tag some mobs for you to kill so you can get the best reward potential. That's fair. I've been pretty liberal with my use of plugins, but I was thinking about it recently and it feels a little cheap sometimes. Like some plugins are fine, but I feel like other ones essentially take all the joy out of the game. They do a little too much. Like this is fine. This plugin that highlights the eclectic implings that I'm going after, I think something like that is fine, but other things that almost play the game for you in a way just feels a little cheapened. Yeah, that's a good philosophy to have with it. Use the plugin to learn and get familiar with the grind that you're doing and then turn it off. I think that's fair. But a nice, quiet, cozy stream is very characteristic for me too, you know? Build up a little bit of that familiarity. But yeah, I'm down to chat about whatever. I'm just not very, I'm not the chattiest of person in terms of initiating conversation, but I respond to people, of course. That's why my channel has always been mainly focused around the videos, right? I could stream, but I just don't have that type of very outgoing personality for it. Yeah, I don't think anybody's life is more interesting than another person's, right? I envy you that you're a young one, you're still in high school, you got your whole life ahead of you, right? So that's kind of cool, but at the same time, I'm grown up, I got my freedoms, I can do whatever I want. Don't answer to anybody. Living my life, doing my things. I have a job, so I make money. So we both have our own things going for us. Membership limitations to raids? How does that work? I'm not familiar with raids at all. I don't know if you actually watched this series, Arcanum, my Old School RuneScape series, but if you don't, I first played this game when it was RuneScape Classic back in 2002, and then on and off since then, mostly off. So I never got into any of the bossing content, no raid content. So even though my account is 22 years old or whatever, I consider myself a RuneScape noob. I do not have much experience in this game. My reaction time is horrible. Yeah, Muffin, maybe in like a couple of years look into getting a like summer job or a high school job or something. My first job, I think I got my junior year of high school. I worked at a movie theater for $5.25 an hour. Garbage money, but as a high school kid, that was a lot of money. Get like 150 bucks a week or something. Oh, I told you that I had to dress up as Shrek. Yeah, that was miserable. Oh, okay, so you're paying for your membership with bonds from the gold you make. Yeah, I can imagine that would be tricky to maintain. I feel like all your playtime is essentially working towards your next bond. But I hear that doing raids can be quite profitable in the game. So if you're able to get yourself to that point, ideally you'd be making enough gold from those raids to perpetuate your membership. Honestly, I should not have brought these bind runes for at least this first part of the stream where I'm trying to stockpile 1,000 jars. It'll be more useful once I actually start the eclectic impling grind. Although, I don't want to get reliant on having to use bind for this because, as you can see, my nature rune stack is pretty low already. It's 3 nature runes per cast, so I essentially can only cast it like 100 times. So yeah, I probably will not be using bind now that I think about it, because that'll probably last me like 30 minutes. Yeah, that's absolutely insane. A kindergartner should not be doing homework. Unless it's something fun, you know? But even then, that's kind of pushing it. Like for Halloween, go home and carve a pumpkin with your family and bring it to class to show everyone or something. Yeah, kids that age should be focused on playing and exploring, not doing homework. That's dumb. What's her homework like? Now I'm curious. What do they make her do? I remember you came on here on Halloween and you asked me if you should steal your sister's candy. I was like, how old's the sister? How old's the sister? And you say she's 5. And I'm like, Muffin, what are you doing, man? Don't steal candy from a kid. When you first said that, I was imagining like your sister being like a teenager who like talks smack about you and tries to bully you around the house. And then you hit me with the, no, she's 5. That's different. That's different. If you go up to her and you're like, hey, little sis, cute costume, nice candy haul, could I have some? And she gives you some, that's one thing. Asking a streamer if you should just steal it behind her back, that's something different. It is a bit of a TV event. I guess this is probably like the first election for you that you're kind of somewhat engaged with, right? Because the last one you were what, 10 years old or something? You were not 5. You're 14, right? Last election was 2020, 4 years ago. Nah, no worries. You're too young to be worrying about that kind of stuff anyway. That's why you can't vote until you're 18. Hey man, dogs have rights too. They want to cast their vote. Want to vote for whoever's going to give them the most treats. You know what? I'm gonna go deposit these runes. I don't need them. No point in eating up 3 extra inventory slots. I do not play the French horn. When I was in high school, I played the double bass, the string bass for orchestra. I played for like 10 plus years. I was first chair in high school. I really enjoyed it, and it's a bit of a shame that I stopped playing after high school. It's a hard instrument to stick with just because it's big, bulky, it's inconvenient. I move around a lot. It's just a hard instrument, like, physically to deal with. It's not like a French horn where you can, like, disassemble it and put it in a case. It's similar to a cello. It's a lot bigger than a cello. But yeah, I mean, in orchestra, you have the 4 core instruments, which will be the violin, the viola, the cello, and the bass. And just very generally, it's a little more complex than this, but they get increasingly bigger. And the sound gets increasingly bassier, as the name of the instrument would imply. What about you? Are you picking up the French horn? You should. Try it out. If you don't like it, you don't like it, but you should try it out. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a good way to meet people. You learn a cool skill. And I think as you're still kind of growing up and your brain is still kind of developing, it helps your brain make connections. It'll make you smarter is what I'm trying to say. If you play an instrument as you're growing up. And I'm not a fan of the bass guitar. I just don't find it that interesting, honestly. For instruments, I'm a much bigger fan of the more classical stuff. So the orchestral instruments, or even like classical guitar, something like that. Some of the wind instruments are pretty cool too, like the oboe, the bassoon. Bassoon's pretty sick, dude. I am very calm. I think that is just my essence. I'm a very relaxed person. I don't get stressed. I do get mad. I'm a very fiery and passionate person, but I always keep it under control. My mom says that I've been like this ever since I was a baby. She said like I never cried as a baby. I would sleep through the entire night. Never gave her any issues or problems. So apparently I've always just been totally calm. Sometimes I've even made people mad with my calmness. Sometimes there's a chaotic situation happening and I'm very calm and people get upset at me for not like reacting enough or something. However, I am half Italian, so I got that fiery Italian blood in me. I do get kind of mad sometimes. Over stupid stuff. That is very much my energy, and it's kind of interesting that you're able to pick up on it just from the streams. Actually, now that I mentioned that, I was streaming once a long time ago, long before you ever started joining the streams. And I don't know how this happened, but apparently there's like this troll website out there, and they look for really small streams to then go and crash those streams and just start going absolutely crazy in the chat, like saying horrible stuff and trying to get a reaction. And somehow I ended up a target of that. So I had like 100 people jump into my stream. It was nuts. And they were all just saying the most horrendous, awful stuff. But I guess I didn't react and I stayed very calm throughout the whole ordeal. That they changed their mind and they realized that I was a good kid and they weren't going to harass me anymore, and basically turned their attention towards appreciating me in the chat instead of trying to troll me. So that was pretty interesting. All right, how are we doing here? We are at 750 jars, 250 more, and then I can actually start. I was definitely streaming Old School RuneScape. I was streaming Tempros. Tempros is a kind of like a boss in this game. He's a fishing boss. Muffin, I know I've told you this multiple times, but I am definitely not a streamer. My channel has always been revolved around videos and not streams. The only reason I started streaming was because I started this Old School RuneScape series. And this game is so grindy, like you have to put hundreds and hundreds of hours into maxing your account, that it just was not feasible to do that series all in videos, right? I kind of had to stream. So I thought that was a good opportunity to start my streaming adventure. So the only thing I stream is pretty much Old School RuneScape. Two exceptions. One time I streamed a little bit of Lord of the Rings Online, just as like a little thank you to all the people who watched that series. And then one time I streamed a game called Return to Moria when it came out. That was on my old computer, which unfortunately was not handling the game very well. So I was getting very low frame rate. It wasn't very good. So it was right before I upgraded my computer. So that was a little bit of a disaster stream too. I have mods. I don't know if I have mods. Maybe I made a mod a long time ago and don't remember. I don't really need any mods. I think if my stream ever gets huge, then I'll consider making mods. I think I might have one mod, which is like a real life friend that I have. The one person that knows about my channel and who actually introduced me to RuneScape, ironically enough. I think if I remember correctly, I made him a mod just in case. He used to come to the streams. He doesn't come on the streams anymore. He had a kid, so he's got his hands full. Who did I mod on an old stream? I really don't recall. I never officially made the rule. Never officially made the rule, but I feel like you should be 18 plus to be a mod. Nothing against you or anything. It's just one of those things I feel like should be 18 plus. Some guy named Synchro? Huh. I swear that's not ringing a bell to me. I don't know if I know a Synchro. Which, if Synchro is one of my mods and I don't remember the name, that's probably bad. Oh, nice. Congrats on the helm. I don't know which one is which. Like, out of all the barrow helms, like, there's so many different ones. I'm trying to get a mental image of which one that is. But either way, that's exciting. My stream is going okay, Arcanum. Like I said in the beginning, I'm working on stockpiling 1,000 jars before I even begin grinding the eclectic implings. So I'm still working on getting jars. I'm at about 800 now, I think. So I'm almost there. And then the actual grind begins. This is all just pre-grind stuff. Just crazy. Yeah, we're at 786 out of 1,000. I think once I get 1,000, that will last me a really, really long time. Because then the goal will be to fill up all 1,000 of those jars with eclectic implings and then do clue scrolls from them. And then as I'm opening those jars, you get a lot of the jars back. It's not like 1 for 1. But it might be like 80% or something. So if I open 1,000 jars, I should get like 800 back or something like that. So stockpiling the first 1,000, that should last me hopefully the entire grind. Who knows? I might have to do this a few times throughout. But like I said, I'm shooting for about 28,000 eclectic implings overall if I go on rate for the drop. I could get lucky and get it on my first impling, which would be nuts. Imagine anticipating a 28,000 impling grind and you get what you need from the first one. That's the rush of the game, right? That's why we all play. The very opposite could happen as well. I could literally spend the rest of my life here. We'll never see any new RuneScape content, just me grinding implings for eternity. The year is 2072. Renaissance Gaming is in a wheelchair in an oxygen tank in the nursing home. He's got He's barely got a finger because of the arthritis, but he's still grinding the implings. So Arcanum, I know it's kind of annoying. But I'm trying not to say exactly what I'm grinding for just yet, because I have a bunch of episodes recorded that I have to finish editing and upload, and there's going to be like a surprise reveal as to what I need to grind for, because I realized I needed it kind of after the fact. So it should make for like a good moment for the series. So I'm trying not to spoil it, although I'm not like being... I've dropped enough hints, maybe. What I have said is that it is a medium clue scroll reward. And it's a 1 in 1,133 from a medium clue scroll, something like that. Hey Cam, good to see you. What's up? I don't know how long you've been here, if you caught any of that, but I ran into a problem in the series, Cam. I accidentally broke my no shop rule. Unintentionally. It was an honest faith mistake. But now to atone for it, I have to get the item in the legitimate no shop way. So I've locked myself to Puro Puro until I get it. So that's what we're doing. And I'm trying not to spoil what it was, because I recorded like a ton of episodes over the weekend, and I'm finishing editing them up, and then hopefully they'll be releasing. So I kind of want it to be a little bit of a surprise for when people are watching the episodes. But the clue that I've given is that I need to get this from a medium clue scroll. And I think by deduction, people could probably figure out what it is. Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably going to be a while, Cam, because when I say I recorded a ton of episodes this weekend, I mean I recorded a ton of episodes this weekend. So it might actually be several weeks worth of episodes before we actually get to the one where I realize I made a big mistake. It was pretty crazy, too. It was like... I got the item because I thought it fell under one of the exceptions. And then I recorded a bunch more episodes. And then the other day I was eating my dinner and I was like, let me watch a RuneScape video while I'm eating my dinner. And I was watching a video from, what's his name? Settled? And something flashed up on the screen and I was like, oh my god, what is that? Did I just see what I thought I saw? And then it all dawned on me that I made a big mistake with my no shop thing. But yeah, honest faith mistake, and I am trying to remedy it by immediately locking myself to getting the item the appropriate way and not allowing myself to do anything else on the account until I get that done, which is going to be a crazy grind. Supposedly 28,000 eclectic implings if I go on rate. Do I know Skylanders? Barely. I know what it is, and that's about it. I told you I worked at a movie theater, right, as my first job, but another job that I had while in school for a summer was I worked at Best Buy. And they sold the little Skylander figures when I worked there. So I remember seeing those. Not really. I don't think I have any super crazy stories from when I used to work at Best Buy. I think one funny story that I have is I used to work at the digital imaging department, so essentially selling cameras, right? And they had this one camera model that was supposed to be ultra durable, ultra resistant, you know, kind of marketed towards people that are outdoorsy and are going to be doing something adventurous with the camera. So it was supposed to be very sturdy, like you could drop it and it wouldn't get damaged, stuff like that. So I would kind of use that on my sales pitch a little bit, and I would kind of take the camera and smack it on the table a little bit to show that it was tough and durable. And one guy bought the camera from me. And then a couple days later, he like came into the store like foaming at the mouth, just about to lose it, screaming at the manager, yelling my name, saying I sold him a camera and said it was indestructible or whatever. And then he said that he was smacking his camera on the wall and it broke. And somehow that was my fault. I never did any false advertising. I never said the camera was indestructible. The guy was just an idiot, throwing his camera on the wall, expecting it not to break, and then blaming me when I told him that the camera was extra durable. That's about the only like memorable story I can remember from my time working there. Honestly, I really like them both. It's kind of hard to pick. They were cool and interesting in different ways, right? So the movie theater one, I was a kid, so even though I wasn't making any money at all, I had no expenses, right? So all the money I was making was good enough for me to just be able to buy extra stuff. And I really liked the people that I worked with there. So for me, it was less about the job and making money and more about having the opportunity to go out there and just interact with people and have fun that way. So I really enjoyed the movie theater that way. Plus, I got to see some of those early screening movies. It was a good time. Best Buy was a little more intense. Like, I had to work harder. Like, I was literally talking to people all day trying to sell cameras. So it was a little bit more demanding. But it was still fun. I enjoyed my coworkers. We had a good time. I did get a little bit burned out on the Best Buy, though, by the time I was done with it. Definitely depends on the cheese. Definitely depends on the cheese. I do love like a melty, sharp cheddar on a burger, man. That hits the spot. That I love a drippy cheddar on the burger. My Swiss, I like the Swiss cold and firm. Provolone, gotta be warm and gooey, but not drippy. It really depends on the cheese. Every cheese has the perfect texture for it. Nah, I'm good. Not interested. Aren't you a bit too young to be listening to that? Admittedly, I've never listened to it. I'm just familiar with the origin story. All right, I'm going to let my run energy recover a little bit while I take a quick bathroom break, grab a drink. All right, team, I'm back. Oh, I took a quick little 3-minute break myself. Go to the bathroom, grab a drink, but more importantly, let my run energy recover. All right, looks like I maxed out the impling jars. That's good news. I think I'll just grab another inventory worth, and then we'll actually get started on the grind. How exciting. Need to do the math here, see how many I need for the last of the jars. Probably like 5. All right, team. The grind actually begins. I got a full inventory of jars. I have 1,000 stocked up here. We're going to withdraw one more. There we go. And now it is time to actually begin eclectic impling hunting. I think there's a spawn point right where that one is. And I think my best bet is, instead of chasing them around all over the place, is to essentially just camp that little spot and let them come to me, which is what I will be doing. I might catch a few other implings here or there. Probably the essence implings. In fact, let me turn on that plugin. The implings, let me do the essence ones as well. There you go. I'll catch both of those as they come up near me. But I will be primarily focused on the eclectics. Okay, so the spawn point is right here. And you can see they spawn pretty quickly. I just have to get lucky with catching it. I think my catch rate is like 65% or something. So if I don't catch it, they fly off to the corner, which can be annoying. But instead of chasing them, I think it's best I just sit here waiting and camping them. But you can see this is not too bad at all with that spawn point. All right, I might have to chase a little bit. I can't just sit here. I thought that they would kind of fly by me a little bit more frequently, but I guess that's not the case. Akatsuki, no, it is not. No, sir. And I'll only give you 3 guesses, okay? So you've already ruined one of your guesses. I guess my other hint is that it's kind of tricky because it fooled me. It's a very tricky little thing. And I just by chance happened to realize I messed up by watching somebody else's video. Like I was saying earlier, I was watching a settled video and it like flashed up on the screen and I was like, what the hell is that? Oh no, you can... I didn't need to buy that item. Yeah, I guess the eclectics are a little bit trickier to catch than I thought. Hopefully, it'll get easier as my hunter level improves. But we'll see how long it takes to get a full inventory of these. Hey, Howard, you pulled that wilderness lever? That's always a scary feeling. Do people camp those, like, lever spots in the wilderness? Is that a thing? Or is it just, like, corny to do that nowadays? Ah, you pulled that lever. I gotcha. Nice. It's nice to get a nice streak of eclectics like this. Pretty juicy. Your chance with the green net is the same as if you barehand. Is that right? Muffin, I absolutely love Thanksgiving. One of my favorite holidays for sure. All right, so that's one full inventory. I need to time this. I need to time how many eclectics I can catch in an hour. That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy, Muffin. How can you not like Thanksgiving? It's such a great holiday. All right, 68 eclectic implings in the bank. 68 out of an anticipated 28,000. Almost there. That is sarcasm, by the way. This is a labyrinth reference, Howard. I'm embarrassed to say, I'm very embarrassed to say, that the only reason I watched that Labyrinth movie was because when I was in high school, I had an absolute crush on a girl who couldn't shut up about that movie. So I was like, you know what? I need to do my research here. I need to watch this movie. So, that is my experience with Labyrinth. I was basically simping. But I forgive myself. I was a high schooler. I didn't know any better. And at the end of the day, it was a pretty decent movie. I did enjoy watching it, so nothing lost. such an idiot. I'm sitting here trying to catch implings without jars. Muffin, I don't know if I was that extreme with it. I don't know if I confessed undying love or something cringe like that. But we did end up going to prom together, so that's a little bit of a win. So if I go on catch rate, I anticipate if I did like the actual calculation on this off the top of my head, I think it was 28,000 eclectics. So we're going to be here a while. Man, it is a bit painful. At least to get like this first one. Oh my god. Oh my god, they juke me so hard. I think it'll be way longer than a squirrel, yeah. This is the first like monumental grind of the account. Without a doubt. Because the problem is, it's not only catching all these implings, is I have to actually go and do the clue scrolls after, right? And it's going to take me a long time to do those clue scrolls, running around all over the place, getting out of run energy, not having stamina recovery potions. I don't have fairy rings to move around. So it's going to take me a long time to do the actual clue scrolls. What would be really cool is if I had like infinite nature runes. That way I could just bind these as they pop up. That would be perfect. Cast a bind, catch. That would go by quick. But it's 3 nature runes per cast of bind. And there's no way I can manage that. Yes, Akatsuki, from my research, this is the best medium clue scroll source. The other option that I saw was perhaps Guards in Falador. They drop at a 1 in 128. And if you like set up a cannon out there or something, you could kill a lot of them, but this is faster. The drop rate for mediums on the Eclectic is 1 in 25. And it's taking me about, I don't know, I haven't timed this at all, but my gut estimate is like 15 minutes for a full inventory here, and one full inventory is like essentially 1 medium clue scroll. So it's like 1 clue scroll every 15 minutes, which is not horrendous. I mean, if you know a better method, let me know, but I'm pretty sure this is the best medium clue farming method out there. Yeah, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about that. I've seen a couple of other YouTubers actually do this exact grind. Not for the same item, but they did like an eclectic impling grind. There was one guy who caught like 160,000 of them, which is just absolutely insane. But yeah, I think this is the best way to do it. The other YouTubers, they were using a secondary account to, I forgot the name of this spell, but you could like summon an enemy to you, so they come to you. So they had like their secondary account here. They would cast that, and the impling would run towards them. But I think that's kind of cheap, especially for like a no-shop Ironman. I don't think an Ironman should be able to utilize a second account. I find that cheap. Even if I wanted to, this is my only account. Yeah, Akatsuki, but in the spirit of the rules, I am trying to be as fair as possible. I mean, I accidentally, pure mistake, bought something I shouldn't have, right? So I'm trying to atone for it by essentially remedying it in the most efficient way possible. And this is the most efficient way possible. The guards make more sense, right? Because I could get all that combat experience from it as well. But it's also, you know, allowing me to do something else instead of what I should be doing. That's how I feel about it anyway. Ask me again in like 4 hours after I'm sick of these freaking implings, and I'll probably be on my way to Falador. You know, to be fair, something I may do is I may do like a couple streams, right? Like I may do implings here for, do like a 4-hour stream and see how many clues I get out of that. And then maybe I'll do like 4 hours of guards and see how many clues I get out of that, and then compare. And then whatever was faster, just end up doing that. But I am pretty sure that this is going to be like, not even by just a little bit. I'm pretty sure this is going to be significantly faster than guards. By a wide margin. But I am willing to do at least like one timing stream. I don't feel like timing right now, so I'm not timing this at all. I'm just kind of casually catching implings. But yeah, maybe for a few streams down the line, I'll do some experimenting. You also have to consider that my combat stuff is not the best, right? Like I just have a rune scimitar and a strength amulet, so it'll take me a while to kill those guards. I can't just like nuke them. I will probably stream a majority of the grind. I know a lot of other YouTubers, they kind of do it like offline and they make a montage. Like they'll do like an hour-long video of a 150,000 impling grind. But I'll probably end up just streaming most of it, honestly. exhilarating content, right? Catching implings. How could you turn your eyes away from this? The drama is palpable. Your heart rate is increasing. Yeah, I thought this was going to be an insane grind, and don't get me wrong, it is absolutely insane grind. But after seeing a couple of other YouTubers do it to a much bigger scale, then it's not as bad, I think. Like I was telling you, that one guy got 160,000 of these, which is nuts. If I go on rate, I'm only looking at 28,000, but they kind of do this full time. You know, they were like playing like 10 hours a day. I do not do this full time. I have a job. I got to go to the gym. I have like a side hustle job. And then for my gaming channel, even just the gaming, RuneScape should be just a small part of my channel. I never intended it to be like the main content that I'm doing for the channel, but it kind of morphed into that. So yeah, my grind is going to be a bit slower, but we're going to stick with it. I even thought about doing something useful with this time. Like while I'm doing this massive grind, learn a foreign language. For example, there's Pimsleur, which is like an audio learn a language, right? Like the classic, like listen and repeat. Thought about just like putting that on my headphones and learning a language while I do this. That way, after a few hundred hours of Puro Puro, not only will I have the item that I need, but I'll also have another language. Maybe. We'll see. Chinese would be cool. I think if I were to learn anything, though, I want to learn the mother tongue, right? I told you earlier I'm half Italian, so I would love to learn Italian. I've already... Oh my god, I forgot the jars again. I already did a little bit of Italian. I know some of the basics. I just didn't stick with it, and it's been a while, so I would kind of have to, like, start over. But I have a decent foundation. Chinese would be cool. That would take an insane amount of effort, though. That's not like a casual, let me casually learn this while I'm playing RuneScape. That's like a sit down and grind kind of situation. Guys, next bank run, don't let me forget jars. What a waste of time. Damn, Howard coming in strong with the support. You know, Muffin too. You don't even play Old School RuneScape, nor do you even care about it. Nah, I appreciate you guys being here. It's a lot of fun seeing the same faces coming up for the streams. I know it's a very small stream, right? Like I usually get like 3 people in here or something. It's a small channel overall, but it is fun to see the same familiar faces showing up to streams. Get to chat, get to know each other a little bit. It's fun. It definitely makes this grind that's ahead of me much more tolerable, right? If I was just sitting here in my dark room by myself doing this, it would be much more miserable. Oh yeah, forgot you were a Knights of Honor inductee, I guess. Kind of crazy that you stuck around because Knights of Honor was... I don't really have that much content similar to Knights of Honor on the channel, right? It's kind of like a one-off. Yeah, hopefully I get an update soon about how that repair is going. Haven't heard in about a week or so. Last I heard, they were looking at it. Honestly, I've been so busy with a lot of stuff, and with my free time, I've been going so hardcore in RuneScape that I haven't really thought too much about the PC, which is kind of sad, honestly, but hopefully it'll be back soon. Yep, nobody has actually completed the full collection log for RuneScape, which is insane to think about. I will definitely not be the first to complete RuneScape. Absolutely not. There are people who have been playing this game full time for like a couple decades or something. That might be a bit of a... Well, that is a hyperbole, but there are people who play the game full time and have not completed it. And by full time, I mean this is like literally their job. They're a YouTuber slash streamer that just plays RuneScape all day for years. I'm more worried about Lord of the Rings Online going down before I get a chance to finish it. Old School RuneScape's never going to go down. All right, I will not forget jars this time. All right, somebody remind me when it's on the hour. It is 8:49 p.m. right now. At 9, I would like to time for 1 hour how many implings I can get. Although I could just use like the in-game timer here. Why don't I just do that instead? That makes more sense. Yes, yes. Thank you, Howard. Will not forget my jars. Such a pain to push through all that hay. Realize you forgot the jars, have to push back and then back again. All right, Howard. I'm going to start my timer here. Let's do an hour. Let's do an hour. Let's see how many implings I can collect in that time frame. Let me just kind of get set up here. Will this beep or something when it's done? We'll see. We'll have to see. Damn, that sounds like terrorism to me, Akatsuki. That is very dwarfish behavior indeed. Man, you're already on Regicide? You're doing laps around me on this no shop Ironman thing. Yeah, see, that's the other problem for the grind that I'm on. Is I could potentially get a bunch of clues that I can't complete the steps for just because I won't be able to do them. Either because of actual access to regions or items that I can't wear. Like, I know for sure there are a few clue steps in medium that require you to wear blue dragon hide, which obviously I do not have access to, so I don't know how to handle all of that yet. Could be a big problem, could be not that big of a problem. Today I'm going to focus on just getting implings. I'm not even going to open them and get clues. I think I'll leave that for another time. The one thing I will allow myself to do, though, I know I said I kind of locked myself here until I get everything done. I am going to allow myself to do a little bit of Guardians of the Rift to replenish the law runes. There's no way I'm going to do a clue scroll grind without teleport runes. That's just cruel. "49 minutes on the timer." It's a very rough estimate. One clue scroll every 10 to 15 minutes, it's looking like. Which is pretty decent, I guess. Getting kind of annoying. I will say though, out of like all the grinds that I'm being forced to do, this is a pretty brutal one. I don't know if you remember the stream I did peer for the first time. I complained about how much I disliked it, and then here I am. Yeah, maybe I can take advantage of the jinxing, right? Oh no, I would really hate it if I got the item I need immediately on my first clue scroll. That would really suck. Oh no. Hey Kajitsu, welcome in. I am farming medium clue scrolls from the eclectic implings. Although I have some episodes I've recorded for my Old School RuneScape series that I haven't edited and uploaded yet, so I'm trying to not spoil what exactly I'm needing at this point. I know it's kind of annoying, and I don't know why I'm trying to keep it a secret like that, but I don't know. At least for now, I feel like I don't want to spoil it. But it is a rare drop from a medium clue scroll, and I'm estimating that I'll need about 28,000 eclectic implings in order to get it. These implings, man, they're such trolls. Very frustrating. I definitely need to optimize my strategy here. Maybe I should bring some nature runes for bind and just use them a little bit more sparingly. Or maybe I should chase a little bit more because I'm not really chasing. I'm just kind of loitering and letting them come to me. Kajitsu, so this is a hardcore Ironman, so all of the regular Ironman rules apply. However, I also have a self-imposed rule of no shop, meaning I cannot use any shop in the game to purchase any items that you otherwise would be able to. I have a playlist on my channel if you're interested in just checking it out. My playstyle, though, I will warn you ahead of time, is extremely slow, right? So a lot of these RuneScape series, they're heavily edited, they get straight to the action, there's always a lot going on, whereas I kind of record things very slowly, meaning I don't do much editing, I read all the quest dialogue, all that kind of stuff. So it is kind of slow-paced, kind of cozy, probably something you want to have up on like a second monitor as you're working on something. Or doing your own RuneScape streaming, or playing, I mean. Initially, I was gonna try to do like a off-the-grid RuneScape, meaning I can't use any shop at all, and I can't use the bank, kind of like an Ultimate Iron Man, but then I just couldn't bring myself to do that, to not have a bank. I just can't do that. You're grinding moons? I'm not sure what that is. Despite my account being 22 years old, I'm actually a pretty big noob in RuneScape, so I'm not familiar with too much of the later content. Yeah, Arcanum. A lot of people do prefer the slow-paced style, for sure. It's just a minority of people. I will notice as my addiction to the game has increased, I've gotten a little bit more loose with my streaming and editing, which I'm trying not to do too much. Again, at least like 90% of all my game hours are recorded to some capacity, either in a video or in a stream. Moons is like Barrows, but with better gear. Huh. Sounds interesting. It sounds a little bit more like mid-late-ish game, so that's probably why I'm not too familiar with it yet. Oh my god, I forgot the jars again. I'm doing this every time I bank. I forget to get jars. It's so annoying. It wastes so much time.
What news do you bring, traveler?
Hey Ed, good to see you. Welcome in. I'm sorry for everybody who's been here that I'm repeating myself, but Ed is a chronic viewer of the stream, so I feel like I should explain. I am on a grind now to catch approximately 28,000 eclectic implings. So this is my new home for a very, very long time. I don't want to spoil it, Ed. I think you messaged me over the weekend as I was recording. I recorded a ton of episodes, and they're mostly edited, so they should start going up soon. And on that final episode that I'm recording, you will notice that I screwed up. I bought something that I thought was an exception to the no shop rule, and it turns out it's not an exception. There is another alternative to getting an item that I bought. And I didn't realize it until I was randomly watching somebody else's video. I saw something flash up on the screen. I was like, oh no, I screwed up. I bought something I couldn't have. So in order to try and amend the situation, I decided that I have to get the item the legitimate way, and I can't do anything else until I do so. And so I'm trying to farm medium clue scrolls. It was an honest mistake, but I'm trying to make up for it by doing it the right way. Once you make the mistake, you can't like undo it, right? The best I can do is stop everything I'm doing, get the item the right way like it was supposed to have been gotten without a shop, and not allow myself to do anything until that's been done. Unfortunately for me, that includes, if I go on average, about 28,000 eclectic implings. It was very tricky though, because anytime I'm getting an item that's an exception, I like read the wiki page for that item like 10 times, triple checking that there's no other way to get that item. And in this case, it's true. Nothing in the wiki page tells you that there's a different way to get the item. Where it got me was there's like an alternative version of the item that you can get, which I didn't even think about. I didn't even know the alternative version of the item existed. So I'll have to keep that in mind going forward when I'm looking at items that fall under an exception. Yeah, I did look at the Falador City Guard method as well. I do think that's ultimately a bit slower. My combat's not the best. I don't have the best gear, so I think it would take me a while to kill them. Plus, it feels a little cheap. You know, Puro feels like punishment, because this is miserable. It's kind of punishment for messing up. Whereas if I was doing the guards, I would be getting some juicy combat experience, right? Which sounds nice. I mean, by the time I get all the clue scrolls I need if I was doing guards, I might have like a really nice combat level. Although it's not all doom and gloom. I was telling people earlier that the one thing that's been kind of missing on my RuneScape adventure is one of these gigantic grinds, right? I thought with the no shop rule, it was only a matter of time until I was going to have to do a really long grind. And it really has not been an issue yet. But now it finally is, so it's kind of interesting to have a grind. And also, it's not the worst grind because, although Puro really sucks, at least as you're doing medium clue scrolls, there's a really interesting loot table, right? So besides the item that I'm looking for, there are so many other cool items that I could get as a result from this. That certainly makes the grind a little bit more interesting and fun. So that is my optimistic view of this nightmare. We'll see how long that lasts. I mean, if you have a better method, I'm all ears. From what I've seen, this is the fastest method. Maybe not the most efficient, right? Because like you said, maybe the guards are a little bit slower, but at least you're getting combat experience. But I think if I'm going for truly the fastest medium scrolls, then this is the place to be. I think if my combat level was significantly higher and I had a better weapon, then maybe guards would be worth it, but I think it would be so slow. I did say that one thing I will do is I'm gonna time. So I might do like an hour of implings and time it very precisely and see how many clue scrolls I'm getting. And then I might allow myself to do an hour of Falador guards just to kind of compare and contrast. My gut just says that it's not even going to be close. Like for my account specifically, I think this is going to be infinitely faster. But I still think it's worth doing at least an hour timing. I do not have a dragon scimitar. My best weapon is my rune scimitar, although I am very close to 60 attack, and I do have that dragon spear in the bank that I got from Guardians of the Rift way back in the day. So yeah, I would be probably using a dragon scimitar, right? Because yeah, I'm 58 attack. So only a couple levels away from being able to use the dragon spear. By the way, guys, if you're in my Discord server, I know I've been saying this for literally like a year. I finally wrote down all the rules for No Shop and all the exceptions. So they're up on my Discord. I haven't officially put it up to a vote yet. They're just kind of up there for us to discuss. Eventually, I'll put them up for a vote so you guys can vote on it. The reason I bring that up is because Arcanum, I did put a few exceptions to the no shop rule. So, for example, if you need an item to complete a quest, that's the obvious one. But I also put a rule in there, or an exception, that if an item is exclusively a quest reward, then I can get it. So for example, Barrow's Glove, it is part of an exclusive quest, right? You do Recipe for Disaster, you can buy Barrow's Glove. There's nowhere else in the game you can get Barrow's Glove. I propose that as an exception if you guys vote on it. Otherwise, I'll deal with it. What wouldn't count would be like Rune Plate Body, right? So you do Dragon Slayer, you can unlock the ability to buy Rune Plate Body, but you can get Rune Plate Body in other places, so therefore you cannot buy it, if that makes sense. But that is just a rule that I proposed. All of these little exceptions, I kind of made my own rule that says that the community has to vote on it and it has to pass with at least 75% yes for me to actually adopt the exception. So if people don't think it's very fair that I should be able to like buy a Barrow's Glove, for example, then we won't do it. It's just something that I put up to, or will be putting up to a vote. No worries, Muffin. But yeah, that's me shilling my Discord a little bit. I made a channel specifically for the no shop rules for people to discuss, give feedback on what they think about the rules, propose anything else. Yeah, the main spirit, Arcanum, was to make this fun, make it exciting, provide a unique challenge, do something a little bit different. But since this is my only account, the goal of the no shop thing is certainly not to lock myself out of any content, right? So that's where some of the exceptions kind of come into play. Oh yeah, what'd you get on Winter Todd? Did you get the Dragon Axe? That's what I wanted the most out of my Winter Todd experience. I wanted the axe more than I wanted the pet from Winter Todd. But alas, I got neither. I'm pretty sure a few more hours into this grind and I'll actually be missing the Winter Todd prison, which is a scary thing to think about. You got both of them? That's insane, man. Here I am like, which one of the two did you get? Not even considering that you got both. That's crazy. Well, that's a big congrats, man. What was your kill count? Did you go all the way to 99? See, I prefer the axe to the pet so much more because that would be so useful on an Ironman account. The pet is nice to have, of course, but the axe you can actually use. $400 is still a pretty decent chunk. I think my grind to 99 got me to, what, like 499 kills? I say that like I don't know. It was 499 because I remember making it a point. I was like, really? We're stopping at 499 instead of 500? I will be going back to Winter Todd eventually for sure. I do want some of those uniques. In fact, I was even thinking that I kind of wanted to go do a little bit of Winter Todd just for some supply crates because the supplies are pretty nice. But that was before I got stuck here. I will not be going to Winter Todd anytime soon. Hey Rodney, welcome in. I am grinding medium clue scrolls. I'm grinding thousands of medium clue scrolls. I estimate it's going to take about 28,000 eclectic implings, so I'm stockpiling a bunch of eclectic implings in my bank. Not making too much progress. I got about 200 in there. Ranger boots would be nice, but I am looking for something very niche and very specific. And I apologize for being annoying and not revealing what that is. That's because I actually have a series going on about this, so I don't want to spoil it because I haven't gotten to the point in the series yet where I reveal what the grind is. I recorded all the episodes, I just haven't finished editing them and uploaded them, so I kind of want to keep it like a mini secret right now. But I'm a no shop Iron Man, meaning I can't use any shops. And so I'm looking for something that allows me to do things, right? That normally somebody could just buy in a shop, but I cannot. That's my little hint, I guess. During my grind, though, there is a very good chance I could get the Ranger boots, which would be really cool. Oh my god! I forgot the jars again. I do it every time. That's absurd. How do I forget every single time? It's literally every time. I don't think I remembered once. If I'm gonna do this grind, I need to like hire a programmer or something to make a plugin for me on RuneLite that like beeps and flashes my screen every time I come back in here to remind me to get jars. Damn, Rodney, 71 on the Ranger boots? Isn't the drop rate on that like 1 in 1,133 or something like that? To get it at 71 is pretty insane. Good for you. You're lucky. Everybody in chat is so lucky. Ed was saying he got the Phoenix pet and the axe on his Winter Todd grind. You're getting Ranger boots at 71? Meanwhile, I had to kill like 300 ghosts to get an air battle staff. Muffin, you're lucky in your age. You're the young one of the group. You got your whole life ahead of you. Also, you have gotten some pretty lucky deals on Deku deals or whatever. You've gotten some pretty good discount games. Ed, you make an excellent point. Everybody in the chat right now is literally lucky that they don't have to do this like I do. That in itself is luck. And I love how I talk about this like I'm being forced to do this, you know, like I'm chained to my desk with a gun to my head, like you will do, Puro Puro. No, I'm choosing this torture. Since before Classic was called Classic. You know what, Rodney? I did the Draenor and Lumbridge Easy Diary recently, and one of the the tasks that you have to do is talk to Hans to get your account age, right? And apparently, I thought it was only going to tell you like how long you've been inside of the game, but it also tells you when you made your account. So I calculated the days it told me, and apparently my account was made on October 17th, 2002. So back in the RuneScape Classic days. I thought that would have gotten reset when they like made it into Old School RuneScape, but apparently they kept the original account creation date, which is kind of cool. So that is why I have the cheesy Dark Elf 609 name, because that was my original RuneScape Classic player when I first made this account as like an 11-year-old or whatever. I know it's a bit of a cringe name, but it's for the nostalgia, you know? This is my original RuneScape account. Yeah, Ed, honestly, that's what I'm more worried about, is the actual doing the clue scrolls. Because this is pretty chill. I can just sit here, let implings come to me, click on them. I can run around and be more fast-paced if I want to, or I can just kind of chill a little bit. But actually running around, especially as I run out of run energy, it's going to be miserable. Yeah, I know it's like a really small thing, but like I kind of grinned year to year when I saw that it registered the account creation date, because I remember that day very distinctly, my first day logging into RuneScape, and the fact that the game was able to tell me exactly what day that was really cool for me. So yeah, October 17th, 2002, my good friend from middle school, he's like, dude, you gotta come play this game. And then he showed it to me, and I was like, RuneScape? What is RuneScape? And then I distinctly remember I was following him around in the game, and he took me to the blacksmith, the anvils in Varrock, and he got somebody to craft me a full set of bronze armor. And I thought that was just the coolest thing ever. I was like, you mean the player actually made this armor? And from then on, I was hooked. Yeah, full rune back in the day was absolute insanity. That actually meant something. I was actually talking to people the other day about how smithing is such a weird skill now, right? Because in order to craft full rune, it's 99 smithing, and it made sense back in the day when that was like the top tier armor. But now full rune is just like some garbage like beginner armor, so it doesn't make sense that it still takes 99 smithing to craft some pretty garbage armor. Dang it, I hate when I misclick these stupid little implings and I waste space. Would you believe me if I told you I had a blue party hat in RuneScape Classic? I got all of these jars during the first part of the stream, Ed. So if you catch an impling, any impling here, and you give it to the guy here at the center of the maze, he gives you 3 jars in return. So I farmed the jars until I got a stack of 1,000 of them. And I did not buy the initial jar because when you first come to Puro, he gives you like 3 free jars. So no shop was used. Those were gifts. Yeah, let me show you, Ed. I will show you here in just a second as I make my way back to the center of the maze. No, Rodney, I actually bought it. I bought the blue party hat when they were affordable. I don't remember how much gold I spent on it, but it was like reasonable. It was before it became like an insane thing to purchase. Again, I don't remember how much I paid for it, but it was at the point where I was like, all right, that's expensive, but it's not ridiculous. And then they started really going up in price. So here you go, Ed. If you right-click him and you click trade, then you can do all these trades. And if you look at this bottom one, if you give him any impling, he gives you 3 jars in return. So that's what I did to hoard all my jars. Because he gives you like 3 free ones to start with or something. But yeah, as the blue party hats started going up like crazy in value, people started selling them for real world money. And as like a 12-year-old kid, when I heard that I could sell my party hat for $400, you might as well have told me that I won $1 million. So I was stupid. And I was like, you know what? I'm selling this for $400. And of course it was a scam. Of course I got totally scammed. So yeah, I had a blue party hat. I got scammed out of it thinking I was going to make $400, which as a 12-year-old kid is like, you're basically retired. But yeah, good times. I do have a Discord, Rodney. The link should be in the description. And I just recently made a channel specifically for the Old School RuneScape No Shop series, so people can kind of look at the official No Shop rules and kind of give their opinion on it. I will be breaking it up, Ed. I just don't have like an official plan of how to break it up, right? I'm not like, well, I'm going to do 200 implings and then I'll do the clue scrolls. I don't have anything like set in stone. It's more like when I can't take it anymore, maybe. Arcanum, I had no idea that the party hats were untradeable. Really? That's interesting. Oh my god. Do I have Alzheimer's or something? Can you believe oh my god. I forgot the jars again. That's kind of annoying that you can't sell those holiday items. I thought that was so much fun that they had those holiday items and that they were super rare and that they were worth obscene amounts of gold. It was something cool to think about and maybe dream about one day owning. Cool, Rodney. Thanks for joining. It's a small community. My channel's pretty small. My Discord's pretty small, but we have fun. And I guess we're talking RuneScape 3, right? For like all the party droppable stuff. Because they don't really exist in OSRS. I mean, they exist, right? But not in the same way. Can't you just like buy a blue party hat for like 12 gold in a chest outside of Draenor? Verification steps. I think you just have to go to the rules and click the little snail, if I remember correctly. Ed, I am not surprised that it hasn't taken off. I don't really spend too much time planning for algorithm optimization or how to best push out my series. I just kind of do my thing. I record the episodes, I put them out there, and you know, whoever comes. I never really focused on growth too much, although I have been thinking about it a little bit more. Not in terms of changing anything I'm doing, but just figuring out ways to get it in front of more eyeballs. But that's not at the top of my priority list. I think my RuneScape series will kind of be like my Lord of the Rings Online series. I did my Lord of the Rings Online series for years with like barely anybody watching it at all. But I just kept grinding at it, enjoying it, having fun. And then eventually, like years later, it really picked up and a lot of people started watching it. Relatively speaking, you know, by a lot, I don't mean like thousands, but my videos for Lord of the Rings Online get a few hundred views each now, which is actually pretty good. So I think the same will be true for RuneScape. You know, they don't get many views, but I think, you know, if I just keep doing this for years and years, eventually one day it'll just kind of pick up. I was thinking about doing like a promotional video for it. Kind of doing a recap. Maybe for like episode 100 or something. Damn, Ed. Oh my god. That's crazy. That is super generous of you. And I think that's like my first stream donation ever. Wow. I don't really know what to say to that other than thank you. That's super generous, man. Certainly unnecessary. Your presence here in the stream is all that I really need. But I certainly do appreciate it. Yeah, I was thinking for like maybe episode 100 of the series to do like a recap. So instead of being like a very bland, like Old School RuneScape, Hardcore Ironman, episode 100, name of the quest, I could do a slightly more like clickbaity title and just recap everything that's happened in the series so far with some editing and do a more like snazzy edited episode, and maybe that'll bring more people to the series. Damn, I still don't know what to say about that dono. That's crazy. Yeah, I kind of came to the idea of no shop independently. I always thought it would be kind of an interesting take on the whole thing. It's like extra Iron Man-y, right? Extra self-reliant. And then I did a little bit of YouTube research before starting it, and there was somebody who did something similar, and it was actually pretty entertaining, but he abandoned the series pretty early into it. He didn't get very far and just kind of dropped it off. I forgot the name of the channel, but the character I think was called No Shop Bob. $56 Hunter, nice. Hopefully that makes it at least slightly easier to catch these implings. Yeah, Ed just made it rain dollar bills over here. Damn, you got a promotion and a bonus? Congrats. That's exciting. That'll be good, just in time for the holiday seasons. Oh man, I clicked another one of these gourmet implings. Ed has not only donated cash, he's also donated some mosquitoes to the series, which was very much appreciated. I guess you're back in the positive, Ed. We had you in the negative, right? So you helped me out with the mosquito. That was a positive. And then you gave that kite shield to that troll at Crabs. That took you to the negative. Now you're back in the positive. You'll be the first to know if I see a lucky or a dragon impling here. Electrician's a nice profession. You can make a ton of money doing that. I feel like electrician is kind of like a well-kept secret. In terms of career. Nice. Yeah, you probably have to wait a few more years, Muffin. I don't know what the child labor laws are like nowadays. I think my movie theater job was when I want to say I was 15, 16 maybe. I don't know if that's even legal anymore. It might depend on the state. I don't know. It's like, yeah, I had that job when I was like 15, but then now that I think about it, I'm like, is it even legal to hire a 15-year-old? Can you even do that? All right, I will not forget the jars on my way back this time. I will not. I refuse. By the way, I don't have my headphones on or anything, so I wasn't able to check, but when you donated, Ed, was there like a little animation and sound that played on the stream? I have something set up for that, but like I said, nobody ever donates, so I never got to check if it works or not. 250 implings. It's not too bad. Like, I feel like this is going at a reasonable pace. Okay, something popped up. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. I I forgot what the sound is. I want to say it's like the Super Mario Gold coin sound, but maybe that didn't pop up, I guess. Arcanum. Oh, that's right. I think it depends on how much you donate. Like if you donate like a few bucks, I think it plays like Super Mario sound when you get a bunch of gold coins or something. And if you donate a large amount, I think it plays like the get item from a chest in a Zelda game sound. Oh my god, I really think there's something wrong with me. How do I forget every single time? It's becoming a meme at this point. Damn, Ed coming in with the $2. I guess you were testing me to see if I was telling the truth or not. I told you it was Super Mario, right? I'm assuming that's what played. All right, donation theories have been confirmed. Mario and Zelda. I forgot what the threshold is though. Like when it I want to say it's like $5 or something. I don't know. I feel like that set that up like a year ago. I need to one of these days kind of reset all my stream settings. Because like the little flags that pop up at the top, like there's one for follow me on Twitch, but I'm not multi-streaming at all. I'm exclusively streaming on YouTube. And there's like a little banner for Patreon, but my Patreon's kind of dead. I think I'll probably get rid of it. I feel like if you give people too many options, it just gets confusing, right? Like you can donate on YouTube. There's like a PayPal. There's like cryptocurrency. There's Patreon. It's just too much stuff. I need to like consolidate and just keep the options simple. And I need to change the layout of stuff. Need to redesign the stream a little bit. Dude, this impling, I swear, every time I cross the wheat, it jumps to the other side. It's like it knows. Dang, your agility is pretty high. I was actually planning on doing a giant squirrel agility grind until I got the pet before this whole Pura thing. Oh yeah, Ed, by the way, I was telling people earlier, but we're abandoning the whole agility pyramid thing. No more agility pyramid. The whole reason I was there is because the drop rate for a giant squirrel is very comparable with the penguin agility, right? It's like 1 in 10,000 something for either penguin agility or agility pyramid. Penguin agility being just marginally better. But I grossly overlooked something, and that something is the fact that it takes so much less time to do one lap of penguin agility that ultimately it makes it infinitely better to get the pet there than it does with the agility pyramid. So although the rate is the same, the time which it takes you to complete a lap is so different that it really is insanely faster to do it at penguin agility, even though the experience there sucks. All that to say, no more agility pyramid. At least a giant grind. I might go back there if I need like some quick cash or something. Although I also do think I should be pretty good on money now. I have what, like 4 mil in the bank or something? And I'm a no shop Ironman. It's not like I can use that money on anything. Plus, once I start fletching, I'll probably just end up high alking a bunch of bows and make money that way. How did I miss Ed dropping skirts again? I did not see at all. How are you so sneaky? How did I not see you running around here? I think there has to be something wrong with like my brain. I can't remember to pick up jars. I don't see somebody running around here dropping skirts. Man, those look good. You know, speaking of the pink skirts, though, I think I'm almost ready. Well, certainly after this grind, I think I should be ready to go grind out those skeleton mages for my actual pink skirt. They're only level 86, and I feel like that's doable if I get like 40 range, right? Should be fine. I have Protect for Magic. I will say it felt very weird to do Dragon Slayer before having done Prince Ali Rescue. Man, you filled up the maze, man. Look at that. That's ridiculous. I really hope some random players log in and see this and think it's like some conspiracy. I hope a YouTuber RuneScaper comes in and sees this and makes a video about it. Like he uncovered some grand conspiracy in Puro Puro. Some bot farm is doing something with pink skirts in Puro Puro. Click here, you won't believe what happened next. Who's the YouTuber that does like semi-investigative journalism in RuneScape? There's one of them that does videos like that. I should send him a lead. Hey man, I don't mean to freak you out or anything, but I've been seeing a lot of pink skirts in Puro Puro recently, and I think somebody's up to no good. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know they did like the classic video right on the Cabbage Mafia, and they investigate all the bot farms as well. The series I've been watching recently is the No Damage series, which is a pretty crazy concept. Play RuneScape, but you can't take a single point of damage. Yeah, nightmare mode. And what's really cool about that one is that he had a legit developer like make a plugin for RuneLite to where the account literally dies if you take one hit point of damage. You get like a cool little graphic of you died, and it essentially auto changes the password for the account and locks you out of it forever. Yeah, watching that series, I know I'm a noob at RuneScape. You guys don't need to tell me that, okay? I understand I'm a complete noob at this game. Have horrible reaction speed. But that series made me feel even worse about my playstyle. Because he has some like really, really close calls, and to see himself like in a split second navigate out of deadly situations and teleport out, and just the quickness of the reaction speed makes me feel incompetent. Goody. I'm opening up a notepad here to write that down. I want to check it out at some point after the stream. Kind of cool. I wonder what programming language you have to use to make a plugin for RuneLite. Maybe that's what I'll look into. It would be cool to do something. It would be cool if I could actually make something myself for the no shop thing, right? Nothing fancy, just something that kind of puts that guardrail in place. That just reminds me like, hey, you can't buy this item. That way I avoid the mistake that I made in the future. I guess Java makes sense. I'm assuming RuneScape is still Java, right? Like, that was the whole thing. It was a Java game, but I don't know if they ever changed it to something else. So it only makes sense that RuneLite is also Java. All right, my friends. I think we're going to do some clue scrolls just because I just want a little bit of a change of scenery. Plus, everybody's been talking about how lucky they've been recently, so maybe I can ride a little bit of that. The problem, and I brought this up earlier, is if I come on a step that I can't do, that's gonna... I'm not sure how I want to handle that. I'm thinking of... I haven't, like, set the rules for my semi-chunk lock thing here, but I was thinking that maybe if I come across a clue that I can't do, I will allow myself 1 hour of grinding towards specifically that requirement. So, for example, if one of the clues requires me to wear blue dragon hide body and do an emote or whatever, I clearly cannot do that. So maybe I would allow myself 1 hour of range training, because that kind of gets me closer to being able to wear that blue dragon hide. And then I drop the clue scroll and move on to the next one. And every time I come across one that I can't do, I get that 1 hour of training specifically towards it. Thought about maybe something like that. I don't know. At least I get these jars back, right? Which is nice. So maybe I won't have to farm for jars again. There should be a 1 in 25 for clue scrolls. Oh, you get oak planks from this. That's nice. Oak planks are actually super useful for a no-shopper. At least until I unlock Lunar Spellbook. A ridiculous amount of gold ore. Speaking of blue dragon hide, got some blue dragon hide. Mithril pickaxe. Rune dagger. You get some pretty decent stuff from these guys, huh? I actually have a lot of the, what's it called? The snape grass. Look at all that snape grass. That's from farming. The problem is they're Ranars. I already made 157 prayer pots. It's the Ranars that are kind of my bottleneck there. Although I have 50 seeds, so I have plenty of that. Just need to do my farm runs. I don't want to click these too fast because I don't want to like double click if I get the clue scroll. Because I know you can't get another one. I also don't think I'm going to be doing the clue scroll juggling thing. or whatever it's called. I don't think I really need to do that. I should be able to do most steps. I think. I really haven't looked into it, honestly. Alright, so we're pretty dry. I've opened what? I haven't been counting, but I've opened at least like 30 already. There we go. There's our first clue scroll. Probably gonna need all my teleport runes. And a spade. And then this little thing. Strange device. What else do I need? I should have my ring of dueling and my games necklace. Although my game necklace only has one charge. That's alright. If I use it, I'll change it out. Relica. God, that's such a difficult spot to get to for me. That's annoying. I don't even know what my best teleport near there is. Let's see. I guess I could do Camelot and run all the way up. Or I could do... That's one option. Camelot teleport, run up. Or I could do Varrock teleport, minecart to Keldagrim, and then come out here. I'm going to go with the Camelot option. I don't have fairy rings unlocked. That's going to be a problem. I changed my mind. We're doing the minecart. And I'm still carrying my nets. Arcanum, that's what I was working towards, actually. It was at the top of my priority list to get the fairy tales done. I've done Fairy Tale Part 1, and I know that you don't need to complete Fairy Tale Part 2. You just need to start it in order to be able to get the fairy ring unlock. However, I'm a little bit OCD about how I do the series. So if I'm doing a quest, I like to record the full thing in an episode. So I don't want to just start Fairy Tale Part 2. I want to do the whole thing in one nice episode. And you need 57 herb lore for that, so I was kind of working towards that. Plus, I did not anticipate that I was going to be grinding potentially thousands of clue scrolls. Otherwise, I really would have rushed to get fairy tales done. Because the fairy rings are going to be super helpful for something like that. It's very brutal without stamina potions. Yeah, you know, initially I thought the implings was going to be a disaster, but I think actually doing the clue scrolls is going to take a long time. Okay, so I need brown apron, leather boots, leather gloves. Thankfully, I have all of those. I should build this stash unit too. I forgot what you need. What is it, like 10 oak planks or something? So with Edgeville, I can do Soul Wars and then take the portal. I gotta say, like, this has been one of my most overutilized teleports in the game, is this Soul Wars minigame teleport to the portal to Edgeville. I've been using that so much recently. It's a clutch teleport. I have a brown apron, right? Yeah, it's literally the little icon for my crafting page for the bank. Just grab like 10 oak planks, some nails, hammer, leather gloves, and leather boots. Wait a minute. Are these not leather boots? These are fighting boots. I don't have leather boots. Maybe I do. No leather boots. I gotta figure out how to get leather boots. To my good friend OSRS Wiki. Can get some at the boxes at the witch's house. You can get some at the dig site as well. I'd rather do one of these spawns. There's a bunch of spawns. The only problem is I burned my Soul Wars teleport. I guess I'll just go grab the one in Lumbridge. I do not have soft leather or cowhide. I've had to make a few things with soft leather, and the only soft leather that I've been able to get is over at Shazian Encampment. There's like a little soft leather spawn over there that you can use telekinetic grab on. Also, I cannot use a tanner to convert my cowhide because that involves gold. Muffin, I think I still got a few hours in me. I have a late start at work tomorrow, so I can sleep in. So that's why I decided to stream tonight. I love just like streaming and playing late into the night. It's so fun for me. So if I can wake up late the following day, then usually that's the time I'm going to stream. That's why you generally see me on like a Friday night or something. All right, let's build the stash unit here. I need a saw. I'm such a noob at this game. Honestly, Ed, I don't know how you tolerate this. 90% of my streams are like, oh, I'm going over here. Oh, wait, I forgot something. Oh, hold on, I'm going the wrong way. Dang it, I forgot something else. That's pretty much my entire stream. All right, so I put everything in there. Good. Yeah, clues are fun. Like, I love clues because the rewards are so cool. All the uniques that you can get is so much fun. I mean, it's a little tedious, especially if I'm going to have to grind thousands of these. But clues are a lot of fun. Yeah, clues are a good time, for sure. Arceus Mine. These are horrible places to have to go to. Ah, truly, truly. Admittedly, the plugin does take some fun out of the clues, right? Like, there's no thinking anymore, or at least even looking up on the wiki, you just kind of do what it says. I could very easily turn off the plugin, but I'm not going to torture myself like that. My grind is too long for me to be doing something like that. Hopefully, as I do dozens of these, I'll get quick at it. Right now, I'm just taking this on chill mode. I am not trying to speed run this at the moment. Alright, so where are we at? All the way up there. Dang, that is so far. That is such a horrible place to have to go to. I think it makes more sense to go to Wintertodt, right? Than it does to Corinne Castle. Go to Wintertodt. Let me grab another games necklace. Yeah, fairy rings, I feel, are a must for clue scroll grinding. However, I do not have that luxury. Yeah, I do wish you could stack up the clues. I think that would be cool. It's one of those things that I don't necessarily understand the logic behind not allowing them to stack. I mean, I guess they want to kind of force you to do them, but I don't know. It just seems like an antiquated mechanic. All right, HCIM pub. HCIM pub, where's that? I assumed it would be over here at HCIM encampment, but oh, there it is. All right, we'll do a Karen teleport. Construction is the gatekeeper? Really? Well, I feel like a lot of the clues have these random little requirements, right? So your character does have to be somewhat diversified. Just because sometimes it requires you to wear certain things that have level requirements. And then especially as an Iron Man, right? So if, a lot of the times you could just buy that stuff, but as an Iron Man, you also have to consider the fact that you have to be able to make it, which is a problem. I also brought this up a little earlier in the stream, but I want to reiterate that one of my exceptions to my semi-chunk lock thing in Puro Puro is going to be I will allow myself to do some Guardians of the Rift to replenish my law runes. Because although I don't have fairy rings, I do not intend to torture myself to the extent of doing clue scrolls without teleport runes. That would just be insane. Because my stack is already kind of depleted. I'm down to 83. Really? Another clue scroll? Oh, it's a challenge scroll. Never mind. I was about to say, that's like a... What is this, a 5-stepper? Oh my god. Valador Courtyard. See, now that's a good one. That's an easy one. That's just one teleport away. It's right there. All right, Muffin, have a good night. Enjoy the sleeping sounds of my slow-paced stream. All right, we got a casket. I think this is my 3rd medium casket. Let's see. Yeah, so I've opened 2 medium clue scrolls, and my drops have actually been pretty damn good on the medium clue scrolls. I've gotten Morton teleports, which are useful. I got an ancient cloak, which is really rare. I think it's like a 1 in 1,000. Guthix page, U comp bow, U short bow, green dragon hide chap. So I've actually gotten decent rewards from my mediums. Oh, that's true, Ed. If you can build all the utilitarian stuff in your house, you can kind of travel around clue scrolls very quickly, huh? All right, let's do this. Let's open our first one, and... All right. I'll take it. A mithril trimmed. I mean, I know it's kind of useless, but considering I'm going to be opening like 1,000 of these at least, it's kind of cool to get something off the checklist, you know, one unique off the checklist. Nice, Akatsuki, congrats. I'm telling you, everybody's having excellent luck who's watching the stream tonight. I'm really hoping to capitalize on that. Hopefully, I can get some good luck too. So I'm going to do more clue scrolls. Where do we got? Valador Park. Excellent. That's right here. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? You need like a specific song for it? Oh, I don't have it. Alright. Back to the Old School RuneScape wiki. Let me see how I can unlock this song. Hopefully it's something that is within my grasp. I mean, it's got the word devil in it, so I'm assuming it's in like some super scary region that's probably too difficult for me. This track unlocks in the Smoke Devil dungeon. That does not sound good. Okay, apparently I can go there. There's nothing here telling me that I can't go there. It says it's south of Castle Wars, which I think I can use my ring of whatever the ring is called. Let's just go. Let's go and see if I can go in there. Should be just down here. Should be this dungeon. Be careful. Yes, I did read about that, but it's only like 1 damage at a time. It's not gonna kill me. Just go in. There you go. I got the song unlocked, and I'm out. Nice. Back to Falador. Thanks for the warning, Doed. Appreciate your looking out for my hardcore status. So do you have to be, like, playing the song while you talk to her? Yeah, I guess so. Arceus Library. are doing. Yeah, I am going to be burning through these law runes like crazy. So I'm probably going to have to do significant Guardians of the Rift. I'll probably build up a stack of like 1,000 law runes. Man, I keep getting these like 5-steppers. Sears Village. Kill a chicken. Alright, there are not chickens here? Did I mean like kill a chicken anywhere in Gillinor? Are there any chickens near here? Maybe I'll just go to the chickens I know exist. The ones in Lumbridge. So Akatsuki, I did propose the idea that Slayer items should be an exception to the no shop rule. I'm not firm on that. I don't feel that great about it, but I did put it up as a potential rule that I'll let people vote on. I don't know if you were here earlier when I said that I finally wrote down all the rules and I put them on my Discord server. There's not an official vote going on yet. I just kind of put them up there for people to discuss and let me know what they think and all that. Eventually, I'll get it put up to a vote, but one of the exceptions that I listed on there are Slayer items. Which again, I mean, I don't know how I feel about it, so it would be good to have some discussion regarding it. All right, another casket. Let's go, boys. Man, I got a Guthix cloak. Sweet. I feel like I'm getting decent drops out of these. Not necessarily what I'm looking for, but I'm getting good stuff. Yeah, I know people will tend to be more lenient with the rules. That's why I said that in order for something to pass, it's not just a simple majority. It has to be an overwhelming majority. I put it at 75%, but I think I actually want to make it higher. Like 85%, 90% or something like that. I just want to prevent trolls from going on there and ruining it. That's why I put it on Discord, right? Because it actually takes some effort to go in there. You can't just have a troll in the YouTube comments or something. Yeah, this is a nice drop. I'm looking it up right now to see what the drop rate on this bad boy is. It's so hard to do this on my phone, actually. Possible rewards. Here we go. You know what? I'll just search for the item. Autocorrect, ruining my day. One in 1,133. Damn. That's the drop rate for the item that I'm looking for. By the way, another hint. That's a great drop, though. I will take it. I've gotten a unique item on all of my clue scrolls so far for medium. So even though it's not what I'm looking for, I am still thankful and grateful. Let's keep riding the luck streak. Let's keep doing more scrolls. All right, we got our next one. Thankfully, I've been able to do every step so far, with just some mild detours occasionally. Ah, that Relica one again. That one's just kind of annoying to get to. Yeah, I have been getting pretty good luck. I don't know if you guys can see this or it's too small, but 4 medium clue scroll caskets, and in those I got a Guthix cloak and an ancient cloak. That's pretty crazy. And then a nice, cute little mithril trimmed plate legs, just, you know, just for the hell of it. I think anything that scratches off uniques off the list is a win. I'm almost hoping I get ranger boots before I find the item that I'm looking for. That way I'm kind of forced into getting ranger boots, because those would be so cool to have. I really want some. All right, Karamja. I think the best way for me to get to Karamja is if I take a charter boat, right? Yeah, I think I'll take the charter boat from here. Oh, and look at that. An essence impling. I might as well catch it because I can freehand it. All right, Ed. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate it. I feel like I should get back to impling catching now that you're leaving and taking some luck with you. But appreciate you stopping by. Thanks again for that donation, man. That was super generous of you. Definitely not expected or necessary, but definitely appreciate it. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow. What am I going to spend the 50 bucks on? Only the most exciting thing in the whole world? Bills? Insurance payments? That kind of stuff? Exactly, adult stuff. Pretty cool. I need the Karamja Jam music for my next step, and I just happen to be in Karamja, in case I didn't already have that song. Oh my god, I don't have it. I just assumed I had it because I was sitting in Karamja. How do I not have Karamja Jam when I've run all over Karamja? Alright, I need to look up how to get this rune tune. That's so annoying because now I have to go back. Alright, Karamja Jam. Brimhaven Dungeon. How unsafe is Brimhaven Dungeon? Could I just pop in there or should I take some gear? You know what? I'll take some food with me and some teleport runes in case I need to teleport out. Let me go to Ardoin. And then I can take a Brimhaven boat. Ah, Brimhaven Dungeon. I'm looking at this map and it's actually locked behind some really high agility. I don't know if I can get in there. I'm trying to see if it's even possible. Looks like some of these shortcuts are 83 agility. I don't know if I can get in there. Hmm. That's a tricky one. I'm looking at the map. I'm trying to see if there's a route to get to the location inside the dungeon that unlocks the song. Because I can't use the southern entrance because I need trading sticks. Which is not something I have unlocked. If I go through the northern entrance... There's an 83 agility shortcut, which I don't have. There's an 87 agility shortcut, which I don't have. Let me just go scope it out. Let me scope it out. Let's see what happens. I'm going to take some food and prayer potion. Because I will be running by dangerous enemies. Yeah, Muffin, I mean, I do spend some money on fun stuff. Like, sometimes I'll go out and go out to eat, stuff like that. Buy a book. I don't really buy too much stuff, honestly. I mean, I pay my membership for RuneScape. All right. We're in the dungeon. Oh, I forgot the axe. I need an axe to chop stuff, huh? See, the problem is I need to get somewhere over here. Like the music unlocks here, and I don't think I can get there. Because this is an... Oh, this is 56. I thought it was 86. OSRS wiki said 86. Okay. So I could go through here, down, take that shortcut. And I think if I come down here to the Red Dragon area, then the music unlocks. Sorry, I know this is not like exhilarating content. I'm just trying to get this figured out. Yeah, I think as soon as I take this shortcut, then this song unlocks. So we're going to go with that. But I need a hatchet. Or an axe. I have to go back. And because I'm going to be dealing with dragons, even though I have overhead prayers, I am going to get my dragon breath shield so I don't get one-shotted. I think that's probably a good idea. Now, I don't know whether I should use protect from magic or protect from melee for the dragons. I don't know. Let's just go and see what happens. I thought the song was supposed to unlock. It said it unlocks over here. Maybe I need to go a little further south. Oh, Karamja Jam. There you go. It did unlock. Okay, perfect. We're done with that. Back to Falador. Alright, we got our casket. Boys are ready for this. I think this is the last one I'm going to open, and then I'm going to go back to the implings. Just because my brain is very slow right now. I want to do something that's a little less thinking intensive, I guess. That was a garbage roll. Runes and a bow. That sucks. That's fine, though. I can't complain. I got good rolls on the other ones. Alright, we're gonna go back to Pura now. Alright, before I go back in for more Pura, I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break or so, and we'll get back to it. All right, team. I am back. I think most other people went to bed already. All right, let's get some implings. Let's not forget the jars. I'm getting there. Getting there, Muffin. My brain waves are at a low state currently. That's why I'm doing this low intensity activity. They all went to bed like normal people. We're the only crazy ones left. Maybe some lurkers. Sometimes people fall asleep with the stream. All right, Arcanum's still hanging out. Yeah, I don't expect many people around at 11:40 p.m. on a weeknight. Karina, what's your in-game name? I'd like to put some of the viewers on here, if you're up for it, that is. Definitely not forcing it. Won't hold it against you if you want to stay anonymous. Well, you are now among the great company of WTF Ed, Bible Camp, and of course, PP. Not a bad idea, Muffin. It's important to get to bed at a reasonable time, at least. Yeah, it's been a hot second for sure. What's the goal to stay up late tonight, though? Probably do like another hour and a half, maybe hour. Who knows? Hey, John. Yeah, I've realized it's pretty body over here. I'm kind of a noob at the game, so my bot detection skills aren't as good as somebody who's more familiar with the game, but they're pretty obvious and stick out pretty well over here. For me, it doesn't matter too much because I'm just after these eclectics. I know these bots are chasing the higher value implings. Yeah, it's too late to be chatting. We should all be in bed. Yeah, it got pretty quiet, John. It's been pretty cozy over here for the last, well, like, hour. I mean, it's a weeknight and it's 1:30 in the morning. Only reason I'm up late is because I have a late start tomorrow at work so I can sleep in. I don't know, John. Maybe you got it backwards. Maybe it's the other way around, you know? It's the RuneScape addiction that gives you insomnia. I've found that that's certainly the case for me at times. I realize that RuneScape has this way of always having you close to a milestone. So you're like, all right, I'm going to go to bed. And then you look, and you're like, oh, but I'm only like 5,000 experience away from another level. Let me just grind that out real quick. And then you grind it out. And then next thing pops up and you're like, oh man, if I only killed 13 more of these, then I could probably finish that Slayer task. What age are your kids, John? Are they like infants to where they cry all night still? Ah, okay, they're pretty old then. They're self-sufficient. They could take care of themselves. They're old enough to where if you locked yourself in your office and you told them, kids, don't bother me. Daddy's playing RuneScape all weekend long for 48 hours straight. They'd be all right. They'd survive. Yeah, Muffin, actually, RuneScape attracts a slightly older crowd. Just because I feel like most people who play and really enjoy RuneScape are people who grew up with it in the early 2000s. So we're all like in our 30s. We're a little bit older. Same, John. In fact, I just did the Draenor and Lumbridge Easy Diary, and you know how there's that task to talk to Hans about your account age? Well, I thought that it literally just told you, like, your playtime, like, how long have you been logged in for, but it kept track of the actual age of your account, even before the whole RuneScape 3 Old School RuneScape split. So, the other day I found out that I made my account in, I want to say it was October 17, 2002. So 22 years ago. So I've been here since the RuneScape Classic days. But don't let that fool you. I've been on and off, mostly off. See, Devious Mud, I don't even know what that is. Even though my account was made 22 years ago, and I was playing since RuneScape Classic, I'm a total noob at the game. There are lots of areas I've never played through, and content I have not yet experienced. Devious Mud. I had no idea the game was called Devious Mud before it was called RuneScape Classic. For me, before RuneScape, there was RuneScape. When my friend introduced me to the game and he showed it to me, that's what I thought it was. I was like, RuneScape? What's RuneScape? I thought it was like some Prison Break game where you had to like run and escape. We're on a wave of uncooperative implings. Yeah, the game has come a very long way, but I do appreciate how well they've been able to kind of keep the spirit of the original game in Old School RuneScape all these years later. I mean, obviously the game is like totally different. They changed a lot of stuff. It's so much easier to skill and all that. I mean, it's a completely different game, but I feel like it's been somewhat faithful. World hopping, you think that's a decent strategy for farming eclectics? I've been kind of just loitering in this area because one of them spawns right here. And if I'm lucky, I catch them first go just like that. And then like 5 seconds later, the next one pops up. And then if I get unlucky and he runs away, I generally just kind of loiter in this area and wait for them to come to me. I'm generally a very laid back player as well. I'm not like one of these really sweaty gamers that's just like hyper optimized, trying to get like click perfect, hyper optimized movements. So I'm not like trying to speed run this either. I'm just kind of casually sitting here catching implings. Even though I need to catch about 28,000 of these, so I should probably work on the efficiency a little bit. Yeah, man, the whole like tick manipulation for skilling, that's not for me. Like 3-tick barbarian fishing or whatever. It's like, no thanks, man. I'll just click the little fish and sit back for a few seconds. So I am catching about 28,000 implings. I am farming actually the medium clue scrolls that they drop. And the item that I'm hunting is, I think, 1 in 1,130 or something like that. And then the eclectics drop medium clue scrolls at a rate of 1 in 25. So the math is about 1 in... I mean, I guess it would be about 28,000 total. And before you ask, I'll just say I'm trying to kind of keep it secret what I'm hunting for. Because I got my RuneScape series that I do, and I recorded a bunch of episodes and I got to the point where I realized I needed a specific item, but I haven't gotten a chance to edit those and upload them yet, so I don't want to spoil the surprise as to what exactly I'm hunting. But yeah, my series is a no shop Ironman. I guess I don't put that in the stream titles anymore, just in the episode titles. So instead of just being an Ironman, I've also locked myself out of being able to use shops. So for example, when training Herblore, I can't buy vials. I have to make my own vials. So one of the really rare things that I'm hunting here is because I can't just get it at a shop. And this is like the only other way to get it. Honestly, it has not been that sweaty. I was actually just thinking the other day, like, I haven't had to do a really big grind for anything yet. This is my first big grind on the account. Paramedic school, that's good. I mean, I feel like AFK skilling is perfect if you're a student. If you're studying and you're just like sitting there trying to listen to lectures or read a textbook or just study some flashcards or something, that pairs very well with AFK skilling. But yeah, the no shop thing has not been very sweaty. There's been a few fun little things that take me on a detour, like for Dragon Slayer, for example. Instead of buying a Wizard's Mind Bomb, I brewed it. So I got the barley and I toasted the barley and all that good stuff. Went to a brewery. The other one was getting an Eye of Newt to do Witch's Potion. I had to go grind the little villagers in Canifis for a 1 in 128 drop rate for a Eye of Newt. I wanted to get an air battle staff, so I killed some, I forgot what they're called, Forgotten Souls. I had to kill like 300 Forgotten Souls before I got one of those. So there's been a few little grinds here or there, but nothing's been like that bad. It's been pretty reasonable, actually. But this one's the big one. This is the first big roadblock on the account. And it was accidental. So I do have some exceptions to the no shop rule. Like some of the stuff that you would expect. So for example, if I need to do a quest, and the only way to do a quest is with an item that there's no other way to get that item besides buying it, then I allow myself that exception. So I did that for an item I was 100% sure there was no other way to get. And then I was randomly watching another video and I saw that there was a different way to get that item. And I was like, oh no, I screwed it all up. So I'm here on the grind. As soon as I found that out, I said I have to get the item the right way now. Even though I already got it for the quest, we'll pretend like I never did and I'm just getting the long way. In my defense though, like if I'm putting an exception to the no shop rule, I read the wiki page like a million times. I really make sure. But for this specific item, it wasn't the item itself. It's like there's an alternate version of the item that I can use that I didn't even know existed. By the way, Arcanum, surprised you're still here. Guess you've been lurking all night. Figured it's 1:36, you know? I figured anybody who is left on here probably fell asleep with the stream on. Oh, nice. See, I'm the one that's way too ahead. I'm at 137. I'm probably going to be heading out pretty soon as well. Probably like, I don't know, another half an hour or so. Nah, Muffin. About an hour ago, I said I'll probably be on for like another hour, hour and a half. Not tonight, sir. I have done that in previous streams where I say, okay, 30 more minutes and then it's 3 hours later. But tonight I've been pretty faithful to my timing. What are you doing for rune crafting? Are you doing Guardians of the Rift or like actual rune crafting? Running Abyss. Is that that weird altar where you farmed the Zamorak warriors? I remember I was killing Zamorak warriors there for getting a rune scimitar. Or am I thinking of something totally different? I am thinking of something totally different. The Abyss is where you go to like that blank altar, right? Where you can make any rune at all. Yeah, that's right. I'm getting confused. I haven't done much rune crafting. Ed and I were actually talking the other day on the last stream that I did. We were reminiscing of like when rune crafting first came out. How crazy it was. Because all the rich players, they would just sit at the altar, and then a bunch of what we call the peasants, all the poor people, we would run to the bank, grab a bunch of rune essence, bring it to the altar, and then you would exchange it with one of the rich players for a bunch of money. So that way the rich player could just sit there and runecraft over and over again without having to go to the bank. As long as they had the money for it. So there would be just this gigantic army of peasants loitering outside of a rune altar, begging the rich people to throw money at them for rune essence. Besides being one of those peasants trying to make some money, I don't really have too much experience with like classic rune crafting. I've done some Guardians of the Rift on here though. What am I? Yeah, 56 rune crafting, and pretty much all of that is Guardians of the Rift. Mainly so I could get law runes to teleport around. Going back to the bots though, I wonder why like can you just like change your guy's appearance when you're making a bot? Like do you have to make your guy the default? Or is that just like you want everybody to know that you don't care and you don't respect the game? Yeah, Guardians of the Rift is pretty decent. I like it as well. You do build up a lot of runes pretty quickly, which is nice. Yeah, I mean that's fair that they're making all these bots. That's fine. All I'm saying is just change the hairstyle every once in a while. Why do they all have to be the bald guy with the goatee and the green pants? I've really been enjoying the Iron Man. I think it's a lot of fun. In fact, I hadn't played RuneScape in years, but I always think about it, right? And then I decided, you know what? I'm going to make a series for my channel on RuneScape because it was such a big part of my gaming life, I guess. And then before I even kind of got into it, I thought, you know what? But instead of just making a series, I'm going to do something crazy. I'm going to make it so I can't like use the Grand Exchange or trade with other players or use a shop. And then I started preparing to get into it, and I was like, man, there's this thing called Iron Man on RuneScape now, and it's been out for years, and apparently it's a big thing. And it's the exact rule set that I was trying to go by. Point of that story is the idea of Iron Man appealed to me before I even knew it existed in the game. You're right, John. It does kind of tie back to a simpler time. It's a very peaceful game, to be sure. And I love the complexity of it. It's a simple game overall, right? It's simple, it's easy to play, but there's a lot of depth to it. Like, just to get any task done, you have to do 1,000 different little side tasks. This guy's crashing my party over here, trying to catch my eclectics. If he has one range, he's definitely a bot. It's funny you say that because up until fairly recently, I had one ranged. It was like my one skill that I hadn't touched. Like I had, I don't know, a reasonable number on everything and then one ranged. Yeah, the botting is crazy in Old School RuneScape, but also it doesn't bother me as much as I feel like it should, to be quite honest. Just because I feel like it's so classic to have bots in RuneScape, it's part of like the nostalgia of it. It's just a constant bot arms race. And also as an Ironman, I feel like bots don't affect you as much. I feel like they totally impact the economy, but if your character's kind of divorced from the economy by not being able to trade at all, then it doesn't impact you as much. Although, I could imagine that once I start doing activities that are more heavily botted, it will start to be annoying. Yeah, you know, as soon as I was saying that, I was thinking, you know, it's probably because I'm catching some of these lower implings. I bet once I want to catch like the magpies and the nature ones and stuff like that, then the bots are going to start annoying me. Yeah, I've had to make a lot of super compost as well. Although I've kind of taken the long way of doing it. Had to manually make all those compost potions and then get the volcanic ash, and I do the compost at the compost bins around the allotment patches. And I can't use that big bin at the farming guild, not because I don't have access to it, but just because I don't have a good teleport method there yet. It's out in the middle of nowhere. There's just no good way for me to get there. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I read your super compost just automatically in my head as ultra compost. Yeah, man, as an Iron Man, I really need to protect those crops, especially the herbs. Plus, you get the better yield with the ultra compost, so it's kind of important for me. Fossil Island has been very overpowered for me. I've been kind of living there prior to starting this grind. Essentially, my entire hunter experience here, my 56 hunters, pretty much just birdhouse runs. Minus like the last couple levels or so from this grind that I've gotten from the implings. And then I did most of my combat training at the rock crabs. And then I should have started this way earlier, but I've been doing the seaweed farm runs as well, because that's going to be very good for crafting on an Ironman. Just being able to make molten glass. I will definitely take a lamp. I'll take a lamp. Gonna dump it straight into Herblore. Why can't you just make your own recoils? They're so easy to make. I made a ton in my bank as part of my crafting. I have not made it out to Valarmore yet. I think the things I'm most interested in Valarmore, I have not researched too much into it, but it seems like there's a decent way to train prayer out there. And also Hunter Rumors looks like it could be a lot of fun. All right, stream team. This is going to be my last inventory's worth. I can tell when it's time to go to bed when my words per minute decrease by like 50% in terms of my speaking speed. I'm like slurring my words. They're dragging on. Means it's time for bed. Okay, so you're really avoiding combat entirely. That makes sense. I guess you're referencing the magic required to enchant, right? That sucks, just because there are some pretty good, like, utilitarian mage spells. Not necessarily the combat ones, but High Alch, Enchanting Jewelry, that kind of stuff. Especially teleporting. One of the first things I did on this account was grind magic levels so I could teleport. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna keep this account very long unless I can teleport. I have still not unlocked fairy rings though, which is kind of absurd. I'm always paranoid with those types of account, John, where you have to be very careful not to accidentally get experience. One thing I have not done too much in RuneScape, well, that implies I even did much of it at all. One thing I have not done in RuneScape is PvP. I have zero PvP experience besides way back in the day in RuneScape Classic. I tried it out. Me and my friend wanted to make strength pures. And I remember ruining so many accounts because I accidentally got like attack or defense experience. I want to say the way it worked back in the day, I can't remember if this is exactly how it was, but the experience that you got for combat, melee combat, you didn't pick the attack style or what experience you were getting. I think it depended on what weapon you were using. I may be wrong on that, but that's kind of what I'm vaguely remembering. So like, for example, if you use like a two-hand or something, you would get strength, or if you use like a long sword, you would get attack. Something like that. Or maybe I'm totally making that up. Man, defense pure is crazy. That takes patience. See, I guess one of my fortunes is that I was never one of these people that enjoyed having 1,000 different accounts for an MMO. Although I am addicted to MMOs, I always only had like one account. I never understood like the purpose of making a ton of different accounts. I mean, I understand like logically, but I just don't fundamentally understand, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think being an alcoholic is the norm, though. Like, most people have a ton of different characters in their MMOs. I think the more rare one is somebody like me who has just like one account. Or actually, I don't know. That's just my gut speaking. I would love to see like numbers on this. See, Arcanum is the one account guy, too. Especially for a game like RuneScape, that's essentially an infinite game. I don't understand why people would want to do multiple accounts. It's like, why get 85 defense twice when you can grind for like a collection log instead or something? I don't know. I think with RuneScape, it would be fair, like, if you want to try a different game mode, right? Like, if you had a main and you maxed out your main and then you're like, all right, I want to try, like, an Iron Man account or something. In other MMOs, like Lord of the Rings Online, for example, even though I only have one character, initially I kind of played it through all the different classes to see which class I like the best before committing to something. But in RuneScape, there's no like division, right? Like every character is the same, so it's not like you have to try out different characters. All right, just because we're talking about being a bunch of addicts, I'm going to finish out this inventory, and then instead of going to bed, we're going to do one clue scroll. We're going to finish out the stream with one clue scroll. It feels appropriate. Unless, I'm gonna caveat that. If we come up on a clue step that is just going to be too ridiculous for me to do, then we'll stop it. Like if it's something I don't have access to and I need to do like a mini grind to get access to it, then we won't do it. Not going to be juggling clue scrolls or anything. I'm just going to open one, and if I get to a step I can't do, I'm going to bed. Alright, let's bank and open up some implings. Been very lucky on the clue scroll so far. I showed this earlier, but here on RuneLight, yeah, I've only done 5, and in just 5, I was able to get a Guthix cloak, an ancient cloak, and a trimmed pair of mithril legs. That's pretty decent for 5 caskets. That's like 2 unique drops. Both of those capes are 1 in 1,100 each. So it's pretty crazy to get 2 within 5. Alright, let's open up some implings. And the first one I open, I get a clue scroll. I'll take it. Alright, let's see what we're dealing with. Alright, so I'm gonna have to kill a pirate. I'm just gonna take my rune scimitar. Do I need armor for this? I shouldn't need any armor for this, should I? We'll be alright. I got prayers. Let me get some gold, though, so I can take a boat. All right, let's kill some pirates. Oh, house in the southeast corner. My bad. I was like, where's this stupid drawer? Oh man, what am I doing? I'm like trying to listening to something. I'm trying to do this clue scroll. A house in the southeast corner of Brimhaven, northeast of Davin's Amulet Shop. Alright, fine, a little bit more to the east. Just kind of confusing when they're like tagging every pirate. It's just, I don't know. There we go. The fishing platform. I actually forgot where the fishing platform is. I don't know what that is. Okay, right here. I forgot how I get here. Apparently from a ship in Ardoin. Because my law rune stack is going low, I think I'm just going to take the ship here instead of teleporting. How do I get out there? Am I going crazy? Says there's like a little teleport option here, but I didn't see one. Oh, there we go. Travel. West of Crafting Guild. I also don't remember where that is. I think it's like south of Falador somewhere. Yep. Actually, I can take this little agility shortcut here. Doing clue scrolls with no stamina potions, no run energy is just miserable. Yeah, graceful helps, but still. My agility is pretty decent too, 78. Oh, that sucks. I have to go around. All right, boys, here we go. Opening a casket and going to bed. No matter what's in here, I'm not going to say, no, the reward wasn't good enough. We got to do another one. Or, wow, this was a great reward. I got to ride the good luck. There will be none of that. It's this casket and this casket only for tonight. And we got a Guthix page. Guthix page 3. That's, what, like 1 in 500 or something? Could be worse, could be better. So now I have page 3 and page 1. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm like falling asleep on my chair here. I stayed up too late. My goal was to stream till 2 a.m. I only went a few minutes over 2:15, so not too bad. But I was not anticipating on being this tired. But I appreciate everybody who stopped by. Appreciate you lurking around and popping your head out every few minutes, Arcanum. Thanks, John, for popping in, and everybody else who was here earlier. See you guys next time. I'll continue doing more Puro. That is my unfortunate foreseeable future in my RuneScape adventure, so that's what I'll be doing. I did, like I mentioned, record a bunch of episodes over the weekend that will be releasing. That essentially were recorded prior to me starting this grind, so those feel a little bit out of order, but hopefully you can appreciate it. All right, see you guys.